Alrighty, I think we're good here. Oh, cool. So where are we today? We are very stressed out before we leave for the conference. So I've got a talk to give next week, and I will be in Montreal next week. Hello, good morning, Archie, Xavier, Roberto. Nice to see you all. I'll be in Montreal at RustConf next week, so next week's stream is not going to happen. The conference will be over by Saturday, but I'll be flying back. But yeah, if anyone's there, feel free to come up and say hi. See, last week we did animations for NPCs, right? And then we fixed the player animations, if I remember correctly. So I'm debating doing... Get rid of the audio. I'm debating doing state machines this week. Because having all of the NPCs run in... I guess we need to fix the inventory for multiple. That's what we need to do this week. Okay. I remember now. We've got an issue where if we have too many NPCs ready to give stuff up, we don't know who we're taking stuff from. So we kind of need like an ID for these customer entities that are going to hang around. I'm 50-50 on whether we use like a persistent ID or the entity ID. Because like theoretically they could leave and come back, right, if we wanted them to. But I think we'll go with the entity ID and we'll just make everybody who has stuff in the store. That seems to make sense for now. But other than that, things work. We can place things. I think we can pick stuff up. Put stuff in. It works. When this is done, we can pick stuff back up. We don't have any notification that this is done. So that's the thing too. But we can pick it up and pull it back. The only issue here is that the items that we're sending back don't get sorted into any individual NPC or any individual customer. So I think there's two things to deal with here. One of them is that we don't deal well with multiple NPCs standing on the same like ready spot. So we can either have them like stand around in a line. Or the other thing is probably that there will be multiple characters on this at some point, and we need a way to differentiate between them. So that says to me that we are either doing like state machine today for the NPCs, so that they only go... I guess there's some group dynamics there too, right? Because like if somebody is on there, that's a condition that we'll check. And then we have to pick an NPC to get there. Yeah. That's a thought. I guess like game mechanic wise, right now we can only do it if they're standing here, which kind of makes sense if they're all standing in a line, like waiting to queue up or whatever. But I'm trying to think through all the solutions of like how you would deal with people that are standing here and whether that would be fun. Because then you're just kind of going through a line, right? Specifically thinking about that because if we do it like this, right? And you have to run to this spot and pick everything up. Is it possible to query for entities based on component values? That is a super generic question in terms of like, let's see, I've got too many desktops right now, so let me pull this up. So the answer, generally speaking, is no. You can't query for a specific value. You can't be like, I want the component if the component is like whatever value, like a name, right? I can't query for something if the name is like Steve or Al or Chris or something like that. But queries have .get on them. If my laptop internet is not freaking out for some reason. So like, why do you want to query for a component value, right? Is kind of the question. Because you can query for all components of that type. And you don't pay the cost until you iterate over that whole collection. So if you know what you're trying to get to for some reason, like you're not paying heavy costs for those queries or anything. Just pulled my network plug on my laptop and reconnected it because I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, I would ask you what your use case is if that's the thing that you're trying to do. So a very common pattern, let's see if I can pull this up. Probably have an example somewhere in here right now. Yeah. So this transforms as a query and you can just .get with some entity and things like that. Or you could iterate over all the transforms and find the values that you want and work on those. Yeah. Well, they haven't described their use case at all, Xavier. So like, it's really hard to like suggest solutions to something that you don't know what the problem even is. Like generally speaking, you cannot query for values, but that doesn't mean that there aren't advanced ways to do things, you know? Like you can query for things that implement traits using Bevy trait query and stuff like that. And like generally speaking, if you're asking the question, can I do that? Then the answer is no, because you probably don't. If you have a lot of characters with health values that you only need those with less than 50 health, you have to iterate over all of them. Yeah, I mean, even if you queried for them, you would have to iterate over all of them, right? Like what do you? I guess what do you think would happen if you were going to ask for all of the health values that were less than 50, right? Like the iteration, like you have to find them somehow, so you have to iterate over all of them, right? Yeah, if it's super important, you can definitely build like an index, like some kind of index lookup. But I really like, I guess, why are you trying to avoid iterating over characters with health values? You know, like you want characters with health values, and if that health value is less than 50%, you want to do something. So like, query for the health components, check to see if it's below health. Yeah, or you can listen to the values, whatever. But like, I guess why are you trying to avoid iterating? You know? This is all of that stuff. Okay, so for NPCs, what do we actually want to do? Yeah, I would 100% iterate. Unless you have a strong reason to like break out of just doing something, you know? If for some reason you are, I don't know, you're profiling your game and, I don't know, accessing the health for characters that are less than 50% is somehow taking up the most of your frame time for some reason, or like, you know, it's the most expensive thing you do, then look at optimizing. But like, I really, really doubt that it will be. Unrelated question, but are there any crates that you can strongly recommend when using Bevy in general? Yes, absolutely. I think that changes depending on what kind of game you're building. Leafwing is a constant recommendation for me. Just if you're doing input stuff, if you're doing controller and keyboard and whatever, Leafwing Input Manager. Eventually, Leafwing Input Manager seems like it's going to get upstreamed. I don't know how far exactly the work is on that particularly, but it does seem to be the intent to take basically the functionality here and merge it into Bevy. So I would start using Leafwing Input Manager. Bevy mod picking is another one of those, like, it's getting upstreamed currently. So this is for clicking on stuff, right? So if you've ever done Bevy buttons with Bevy UI right now, you kind of have to use this. Let me go to the examples. It'll show it better. You kind of have to do this like interaction thing. Input UI button. So there's like interaction query. The interaction query here is a little bit awkward. I think everybody acknowledges it as being a little bit awkward. So you have to query for interaction and whether it's changed and with the button, and you have to run this extra system, and then you have to match on the state, pressed, hovered, none, whatever. But by comparison, Bevy mod picking allows you to do like on pointer move or on pointer click, target commands, mute, like on click, run system, right? That kind of idea, which is really what I think everybody wants from a developer experience perspective. I think the implementation that is being upstreamed uses observers even. So you end up with like on click run observer kind of vibe. So for 0.14 Bevy mod picking, I don't know exactly how much is going to land in 0.15 for the upstreaming process, but it's like midway through, right? Like we already have picking support for, I think, sprites and UI and some other stuff. I think picking has its own directory in here these days. Maybe it, yeah, there it is. So there's simple picking, sprite picking, and this is the thing that I was just talking about. So like dot observe, recolor on, pointer over, whatever. Very cool. Very excited to get this upstreamed, but I would definitely use Bevy mod picking for that in 0.14 or lower. In 0.15 plus, we might be able to just use Bevy. Your thought that it might be more efficient to query only the ones you need, but yes, you really have to create extra components so that you wish this would just work. I would challenge the idea that it's inefficient. If iterating over like an extra 10 or 100 entities is like the most inefficient part of your game, I don't know what to say. I guess like you have massive entities or something. I don't know. I don't even know how that would happen. Like iteration is not expensive, you know. I guess if you're building Vampire Survivors, but I can't even imagine that being expensive either. Not for iterating over and checking health. Would it be considered a bad practice to set a resource containing only entities that hang on, there's the YouTube chat for some reason like really likes to put this little heart right in the way of my ability to read. So there's like one word that I'm missing. Would it be considered a bad practice to set a resource containing only entities that fit a certain logic so that the query time would be squipped when that resource is actually needed? I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad practice, but like if you're doing things for performance reasons, all right. If you are doing things for performance reasons, make sure that you have profiled your application, checked to see how much time it's actually spending, and then changed it and then profiled again, right? Don't assume things are more efficient. Measure, make changes, measure, right? That's how you do performance work. You don't do performance work in terms of like, oh, I think this will be more efficient, or I think this will be an issue, or I think this will cause something in the future. Like, write the logic, measure it, make some changes to that logic, measure it again. I think there's a lot of, it's very, very, very easy to get tripped up with overthinking optimization, especially when optimization doesn't actually matter, right? If you're optimizing something that's taking like, I don't know, 50 nanoseconds down to 45 nanoseconds, probably not going to impact your game. Yeah, I would say like don't make your life harder just because you think it's going to be more performant for some reason. If you're going to make your life harder, if you're going to make your stuff harder to maintain, if you're going to, you know, do performance work, because usually like actual deep performance work creates less maintainable code, right? Like, so write things in a way that is easy to maintain and easy to write and easy to like modify in the future. And then if it turns out that that thing is really an issue, then optimize that on its own. And then the rest of your game is still going to be easy to maintain, right? You don't want to pay the performance cost of like micro optimization for your entire game across tens of thousands of lines of code, right? Let's see. The other thing that I would say is you have to have a game before optimizing it is worth it. If you're not shipping a game, then the optimization work that you're doing doesn't do anything for you. Let's see what else. Bevy Asset Loader is another great app crate. Should probably just make a list of this stuff. Bevy Asset Loader. Loading stuff in Bevy is flexible for a reason. And Bevy Asset Loader allows you to kind of predefine all the stuff that you're going to need and then load it in certain states. So you could have like a loading state and then a main menu and then like a loading state for a level that loads a bunch of stuff and then like your actual level. It doesn't necessarily work for everything because, I mean, you can make it work for everything. I'm not going to say that it doesn't work, but I will say Bevy's asset loading is flexible for a reason. But if you know that there's stuff that you have to preload, then throw it into Bevy Asset Loader. That's not even the right directory to be in. I wanted to be in examples. Full collection. So you can end up with this struct that is just like, here's an asset and I want to handle, and here's an asset and I want to handle. And then you can preload all of this right before your main menu or preload all of it before you actually start gameplay. And you'll just have handles and you won't have to worry about when things load or dealing with empty handles or anything like that. So Bevy Asset Loader, another really, really useful thing. I actually don't know if anybody's looked at upstreaming this. I would assume that the author has at some point, but I don't know. Let's see, what else? Leafling we talked about. IS progress is another like pairing with Bevy asset loader if you need to like show a progress bar for all of those assets that are being loaded. I guess some of these other ones are really like game specific or like task specific. Bevy Inspector eGUI is really useful. If I run the game right now, you can see any of the entities up in this corner in this little like thing on the left. So if I wanted to access like the player, I can just search for the player name, open the player scene. This should be, where's transform in here? So if I wanted it to be like, oh yes, the player should be over here or over there, or like I can just kind of move the player around. I absolutely just sent the player off the map though, so that's cool. Maybe we just reset that to 0. Can I do that fast? Yeah. So if you mess up, then I can just bring the player back, even though I just sent them off the side of the map and they were falling, you know, infinitely. So Bevy Inspector eGUI, really cool. Allows you to kind of just modify stuff on the fly inside of your game. Lets you look up any of these entities or anything like that. One thing that's an issue with Bevy Inspector eGUI right now is that these observers are all also entities. And I'm not doing anything special for that. Let's see. Is there anything else in here that's like hard recommend? blenvy is really cool. I really like blenvy. blenvy is not actually fully released yet. It's still in alpha. But this workflow is really, really, really nice. So if you're doing a 3D game, I would venture to use it for, you know, even the alpha release. Yeah, TLDR, basically use Blender as a Bevy editor because Bevy doesn't currently have an editor kind of vibe. Take components from Bevy, put them into Blender, apply them to stuff inside of Blender, save it back out, load it inside of Bevy. What else? The quick start has some suggestions too. That's not the one I wanted though. I want Bevy quick. Do I really not have this in my history? Why don't I have this in my history? Here we go. So the Bevy quick start, they have a doc in here somewhere. They've been like modifying this constantly, so I don't actually know where it is anymore. Tooling, workflows, design, widgets, preloading, spawn commands, dev tools, screen states. Yeah, okay. So some of the same suggestions: Leafwing, Bevy mod picking, Bevy Inspector eGUI. Debug dump is interesting, but like not required. Avian is probably what I would use for physics. Rapier is also an option. It's a valid option if you prefer Rapier over Avian. So we've got like basically 2 major physics libraries for Bevy right now. Bevy Common Assets has like JSON and other loaders in there. That's kind of what powers Bevy Asset Loader, more or less. So if you want to go like a level deeper and have your own JSON format file or whatever. Bevy Cura Audio is probably the best way to do audio currently. The Bevy Audio working group is working on something, but they're working on like a from the ground up rewrite. So that's going to take a little bit. I don't think we're going to get that for 0.15. So I would use Bevy Cura Audio if I had like advanced audio requirements. Sickle UI is something that the Quick Start recommends and some other people have been using. I don't have anything against it. I just don't use it myself, so I don't really have anything to say about it. People kind of phrase it as like what Bevy UI should look like next, but I don't know that that's true because the BSN and the scene rework and all of that kind of stuff is making a lot of changes. So I'm not convinced that Sickle UI is like the next generation of Bevy UI. It might turn out to be, it might not, I don't know. But people currently like it, so it's an option. And then Bevy eGUI and TinyBale are just kind of like, they're not every project kind of libraries, right? Like Leafwing Input Manager is every single project, you know? Bevy mod picking is pretty much every single project. Inspector eGUI, pretty much every single project. Bevy mod debug dump, not really every single project, only if you want it when you want it kind of vibe. Pick one of the physics libraries, Avian, Rapier. Sometimes you don't even need a physics library for a game, so like there's that. Bevy asset loader, pretty much every project, because it's just so much nicer to use, especially when you don't need the flexibility that like Bevy's core APIs provide. Audio, Kira audio every time. And then UI, there's like a whole bunch of UI libraries. Like Sickle isn't the only one. There's like 5 or 6 at this point. There's Sickle, there's Quill, there's I'm gonna blank on the whole list, but there's a whole bunch of them these days. Woodpecker is the one that I use, but it's also not on crates.io currently, I don't think. Bevy eGUI is just like another UI library, more or less. If you like it, then use it if you find it useful, but it's not like hard requirement. And then TinyBale is like just somebody who wrote the quick start wrote TinyBale, so that's why it's here. But if you use TinyBale, please don't use these like single letter macros. Single letter macros are like, nobody is going to be able to find those in your project. Please, please, please use the actual full words. You can't rip grep for R. You can rip grep for return. But yeah, that's kind of my like overview in terms of libraries. I guess what's on the and then I cover like whatever happens each week in This Week in Bevy. So there's a bunch of new crates that come out every week. There's like 4 or 5 different 2D lighting crates at this point. Bevy Magic Light 2D just got its crates.io release. It uses SDFs. Avian Pickup looks cool if you need that kind of functionality. That's very new. Yeah. Hey, Miner, how's it going? I want to do like a search on This Week in Bevy at some point. Haven't gotten around to it. Oh, Bevy Scene Post Process. That's the one I was thinking of the other day. This is like supposed to be. So there's kind of a thing right now where if you load a GLTF and there's a bunch of stuff inside of that GLTF, like it can be an entire Blender scene or whatever, have a whole bunch of stuff, and you want to reach into something inside of that and try to modify it when it loads, it's a little awkward to do that currently. It's not impossible, just to be clear, but the ergonomics aren't the best. So I know there's some people that would like to move away from GLTF as like the suggested format once BSN actually lands. I doubt that GLTF will like ever not be front and center, because everything supports GLTF. So we would need like a lot of replacement for that. But yeah, anyway, that's a bunch of libraries that are worth using. Leafwing Input Manager, big one, absolutely huge. Highly suggest that. Yeah, I think that's it. I think Bevy Chinua is probably the most complete 3D character controller. Although people have been using it for 2D too. But yeah. So, why does my AC keep turning on? So these NPCs, I guess we slow down the spawning maybe a little bit, or maybe we speed it up. I don't know how to. I don't know what the best way to do like the crowd mechanics would be. So my thought process here is basically, is it fun to come pick these up and then like deal with them or not? I guess the front and center thing is that inventory items need to be associated with owners. So let's start off with that, I guess. Yeah, here's my to-do from last week. So we need some kind of association here. Like obviously we already have an association, but the issue is that the items inside of it aren't associated with anything. So we need like an owner field on these items. So I guess the items need to become a thing, which probably means we should pull the inventory out into a different file. So let's do that. Do a little bit of refactoring while we're here. Because the inventory system is like super generic. It can apply to customers, it can apply to machines, it can apply to the player itself. So having a whole bunch of different things like that is going to be, it's going to make it generic. Bevy prelude star plugin. This will be the inventory plugin, I suppose. And then we'll register inventory at least so that we can see it in Bevy Inspector eGUI. Or theoretically, we could attach this in Blender as well. I know we haven't spent as much time in Blender recently, but all of that is still set up and working. NPC. So we did have that here, so let's get rid of that. This is one of these systems is using inventory, I believe will be the issue. Yeah, detect pickup. This like detect pickup system probably needs a revamp alongside the ownership model. The ownership model, get it? Because we're using Rust. So NPC, this will just be in lib, so it'll be like inventory like that. Same thing here. This will just be inventory. And then here, same thing. Where is our inventory? Looks like we still have an issue, so maybe I'm using the process state as well, probably. Yeah. We haven't done too much in terms of like sophistication for these items. So right now you can see that the inventory for an NPC just starts out with like suit and pen and unprocessed. But process state is kind of just a hack. It's just a temporary thing. So TBD, how that evolves. But you can see like suit is just a string and pen is just a string and whatnot. So all items that we're going to send to potentially be processed probably need different attributes of some kind. So this probably becomes an enum of some kind. I don't know yet how this is going to work. What is the other one? Leafwing manifest. So there's, let's see if that PR is merged actually. So there's Leafwing manifest, right? Oh, did it merge or did it get rejected? 0.14 name by example, custom asset loading. There was a, I feel like it was a Bevy asset loader PR. Maybe it was this one. Maybe it didn't get merged. Yeah, so this is Bevy asset loader. So right now we have three things, or we would have three things if we used Bevy or Leafwing manifest doing loading. One of them would be Bevy asset loader for some assets, and then Leafwing manifest would handle more assets, and then blenvy also handles assets. So that's kind of, I don't know, it's not concerning per se, but it's like if we want to use manifest files for this, right? And I want to write like a CSV of items that could be here, then I probably want to pull that in via like, you know, like a CSV file of some kind. Which Leafwing manifest would be really good for, because then we could instantiate an item with some metadata and then start handling it. Okay, so where were we? We've got inventory. Inventory split out. We've got processed and unprocessed. The inventory items need to be associated with an owner. So what does that mean? If we want to use entity IDs for that, then the entity IDs have to stick around. Which means that I think we wouldn't survive a save load state if we used entity IDs, or we would have to find a way to map them back. So it feels weird to give every NPC another ID, but that does feel like what needs to happen. Because if we store the entity IDs, then we can never despawn a customer NPC. Because if they despawn, the items won't be associated with anything. So I think we do need an ID, like an extra ID, or like a more persistent ID. We'll call them. The other option is items can have IDs, and we could do an association from. No, customers still need them. Yeah, so NPCs need IDs, is I think where I'm landing here. Where's our customer NPC? Customer NPC right now as a handle to a GLTF. Maybe we do a separate ID kind of vibe. So we should be able to put ID on anything, right? Theoretically. How do you spell persistent? Persistent ID. So persistent ID is going to start being its own thing now. I'll snag this. I'll copy it over. I don't know that this needs to be a plugin. And then a persistent ID is going to be reflected, a component. And then we need some field in here. I don't know what the best way to store this is. My instinct goes to something like, you know, like ULIDs or something like that. So let's just make it a string for the moment. We can always replace it later because it'll be opaque. I think that we don't make ID public. And anytime we need to deal with IDs, we just pass ID around or persistent ID around. So then we don't have this and we do have this. And then we need to impl like default or something, right? I probably don't want to impl default for persistent ID at the moment because I think I just want to do new. New will give us a brand new one, whereas default would give us like potentially a 0 value or like a max value, like that kind of vibe. Like the default or uninitialized persistent ID then. So here we'll do, I don't know, do we pull something in immediately? I feel like using ULIDs is a little bit overkill, but there's not going to be that many customers. Not going to be that many owners in general. This isn't like a huge wave game, so I think ULIDs are fine. So we'll grab this and we'll just make it a ULID, I guess. And we'll keep the ULIDs around. Does anybody not know what a ULID is? Should I cover that? Persistent ID, ULID, and this is going to be ULID. Ooh, ULID probably won't be reflect, will it? Do we need to wrap this? I think we need to wrap this. Did we get to implement reflect for our first real type? What do we call this then? This is going to be a persistent ID. Do we implement reflect ourselves? I can't see any other data being used here. I think it's just going to be the ID. Yada, yada, yada. The core trait of Bevy reflect. Yes. Reflection. Derive reflect. Okay, implementing reflect, yada, yada. The type implements any. Static lifetime. All fields and subfields implement reflect. So we basically need to implement reflect for like ULID, so we'll have to new type it. All fields and sub-elements must implement from reflect. So from reflect is required. Reflect is meant to cover any and every type. That's nice confirmation. Tuple array list map struct tuple struct enum. Okay. Yada yada. We don't actually need that. I'm looking to see if there's a simpler way to do the like what should the serialization be. I know we can implement serialize. and that it should also work. But reflect and serialize aren't quite the same thing. And I think I would rather have the full support of reflect. Default equals, fields can be given default values. Automatically implemented when doing that. So reflect will do quite a bit for us. So let me do this for a second. And instead of trying to like read the docs to figure out what it's going to do for us, we're just going to expand it. And see what it gets. So this is the expansion of the derive macro for reflect. That is get type registration, typed, type path, struct, field mute at mute, etc. This is the struct. Clone dynamic, etc. And then from reflect. So I think from reflect, also the other thing is that we don't actually need this to be reflect to just start using it. So there's that too. So what I want here is a struct that is like a private ID type that we're never going to show anybody. And this is going to be ULID. And this is going to be basically nothing. And I think we need to impl a couple of things for this is what's going to happen. That's reflecting traits, that's serialization. Function reflection, manual registration. It'd be great if this just had an example. Does it have an example? I feel like the vast majority of use cases are just deriving reflect. So that's the way that I've used it for the most part. Where's reflection? There's reflection. So custom attributes, dynamic types, function, generic, reflection. Hopefully one of these has a manual implementation. Deriving reflect implements the traits. Reflect instruct, which we don't need to really cover anymore. We can't opt out of reflection because we need that field. That's the whole point. To be able to like serialize this out to disk and back in so that we know what like NPCs to respawn. Looks like we do need a default value of some kind. Non-reflected value, yada yada. This shows the reflect API is not how to implement it. Reflection types. Basically, we're going to do like toString from string at the end of the day. We just need to figure out which toString from string to put it in. And I'm trying to make sure that we do as little as possible. Like I don't want to implement all of the traits if I don't have to. Oh, interesting. It is generally a good idea to implement and reflect partial eq, serialize, and deserialize traits. Interesting. This also doesn't show how to actually implement reflect. All of these already implement reflect. Type data is just going to be for type data. It's not going to be for it's all how to use reflect. Custom attributes. Range inclusive, that's cool. I didn't actually know we supported that. Derive reflect, derive reflect, derive reflect, derive reflect. Interesting. Required, tooltip, tuple struct. Maybe we skip this for the stream then. It doesn't seem like the documentation is great for custom implementations. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Reflect value. There's no struct, tuple struct, or enum. Debug, partial eq, hash, default. Yeah, I think we'll skip this for the moment. Maybe this will become a video because this is a lot. A few weeks ago, you tried to implement reflect for index map. You ended up adding a vector to track insertion order. Index map. I don't know what index map is actually off the top of my head. Is that a Bevy thing or is that? Skip serializing, custom fields. Yeah, okay. We're gonna skip this. I'll put it down on my list to make a video. On what I end up doing. And I guess we will just do strings for the moment. The only other alternative that I can think of is if having serialization here is automatic, right? So if like debug, serialize, deserialize, deserialize. Yeah. I guess the only other thing that I can think of would be to like look for impl reflect in the code base. Which is not going to be the best thing. Okay, there's a macro to do this for a bunch of stuff. What do I think of macro quad? I don't really have an opinion on macro quad. I don't use it, so have no real strong opinions about it. I think that for me, Bevy satisfies everything that I need. And I think that other Rust game engines would suffer from the same issues in terms of like the things that I am concerned about Bevy for are like, can I ship to consoles, right? And no other Rust game engine is going to have that either. Like somebody needs to trailblaze and get it onto consoles with all the, you know, legalese and whatever. And I'm not a person that values like fewer characters, if that makes sense. I would rather have a full toolkit. So macro quad is what, 2D mostly? I think it's only 2D, right? So, I mean, it looks significantly simpler if it applies to your use case, which is great. But like the first thing I would look at is, does it support shaders? Looks like there's some shader compilation in here. I wonder if they have an example for it. Screen texture. Maybe screen texture is a shader. Shader toy. Looks like there might be some support for shaders. Some particles. That's just the image. That's not helpful. Screen texture? Nope. Screen texture? But yeah, in general, I don't have anything really to say about macro quad. I don't really use it, so yeah, GLSL. I wonder if that's an intentional choice or not. But yeah, I mean, if you're happy with macro quad for like your use case, right? Then great. You needed a hash map that would keep the insertion order. I couldn't understand how to approach implementing reflection. Hash maps don't keep the insertion order, right? B-tree maps would do that, right? I guess they're ordered outside of insertion order, right? What is the order in a B-tree map? You're currently developing a 3D game for a client. Do you think you can improve the style by setting custom GLSL fragment shaders for the materials? I mean, like, are you asking me about macro quad? Because I don't really have your answer for macro quad. If that's your question. Yeah, order by key is what I kind of expected. That's why I didn't really even look it up. In Bevy, you can definitely do custom fragment shaders for materials. You'll probably want to use WGSL, not GLSL, but that's not a huge difference. Do you know the easiest or best way to have some of the log messages inside a window in the game, not only in the console? There's like Bevy console and stuff. I don't know if that would apply. That's not really a use case that I've ever needed. So I don't know that I know the best answer. No. Capture Bevy logs. That's what I was looking for. So I think if you look for Bevy console, it will then capture the Bevy logs and put them into that console. And I don't know if you can separately filter for what the console shows versus what is in the terminal. But this would have been my first thought, and it does look like they support capturing. So that's where I would start investigating. Yeah, very annoying that there's no like intro level, I guess, like implementing reflect documentation. So yeah, anyway, the way that I'm going to do reflection in the future for this is I'm going to look at the traits, like using VS Code like we did before, see what actually gets expanded to, look at those traits, see which ones of those I have to actually implement, and then look to see what the implementation is like for other things, and try to write the least amount of code I can and get it to infer the rest. I unfortunately don't know offhand if I can like do some kind of like ULID to string from string. I know I can do that for ULIDs. I just don't know if we can do that with reflect. Yeah, implement from reflect for self should be the deserialization, right? Given an ID field, it should call from reflect. Is that all we need to do? And then dyn reflect. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to comment that out for the moment. This is going to be a string. Don't need that, don't need that. And then we'll hide this in here, and this will become the new type that we eventually do the ULID stuff for. So this will be like .toString for the moment. And we'll just never touch it, basically. So that'll give us our IDs. And we've wrapped this in sufficient new types to kind of just like hide it away. So we get persistent ID plugin and inventory plugin. Those are the two that we need to add to our actual app. So let's go to lib, make sure we don't forget to add those. Persistent ID is going to be, it's going to need to be a field on customer, the MVCs. All right, so customers, we should probably turn this into a bundle pretty soon. Because right now I'm just kind of like spawning it randomly. This is probably not the best. spawn. So spawn customer NPC, yada, 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 all of this stuff, spawn it in the right place. And then this should probably be a customer NPC bundle. But this persistent ID new should give us a persistent ID unless I didn't make that public. Oh, the function isn't public. So we get a persistent ID here now. This will now be like a thing that we need to deal with whenever we take items off. So if we want to retain ownership, when we take anything out of the inventory, we'll need to remember to grab the persistent ID. And then items, I guess items can have owners as well. Trying to think of the best way to do that, because we have the persistent ID on the customer now. Do we just throw the persistent ID onto the item as well? They're not really the same thing. The difference here would be if we pull the items out of the inventory, we would have to label them then versus giving them a default owner, right? Because we could do persistent ID new and then add in here a field for the owner. And that could be none, that could be whatever. That makes me start to feel like items are entities though. Do we want items to be entities? Because then these item lists are basically just lists of entities of some kind. I think for now we'll stick with the owner because the owner seems a little bit more straightforward. And then like the other question is kind of architectural. I don't think this is clonable. We do need we need like an item type of some kind. So I guess we do that in inventory, even though it's not quite right. So this is an item. An item will have, I guess, a name. See, this is the thing that makes me think they're entities themselves. Like if we have a name component and we have another thing and another thing, that makes it an item, right? So name, I guess this is like identifier, right? Not name. And then we have owner, which is going to be an option, persistent ID. I think this is, if I can figure it out later, this is all going to go back to being entities, but we'll see. So this persistent ID could go to being an entity ID. The item itself could be an entity, and then we just have entity-entity relations, which I think makes more sense. But I think Airy will have to be a different stream. So I'm just going to write something that works for now, and then we can always refactor it later. So if we've got a name, and I make this a string, we've got an owner, which is that owner. And we've got a process state. We'll register this type as well, because register all of our types. Why not? Then we can get rid of that comment. These are going to be not processed state strings, but items. So now an inventory is a list of items. Luckily, that means that everything that we have, and this is one of the really nice things about working with Rust, is that this will be easier to handle. I guess that's the whole item then here, right? So if we've got a cloned item, I guess we don't really need to clone it, do we? This can just be a constructor. Item. How do we do this? Do we call a function on it? Item process, and then that gives us the new item. Does that make sense? Is that how I want to call this? And then this just looks like item process. And process will do the whole like shenanigans for us. So impl item pub fn process. This takes self, like takes ownership. And then we take self and we do this. I guess if we take ownership, we can mutate it, but or state, I guess is the, so state is then process state processed. I don't know that I like having that helper function, but shrug. And this is going to be an ownership issue because that's just a reference. So maybe struct update syntax. Yeah. So the question is, we have these items, right? And in this case, we can mutate them. So maybe we do this instead. We just need to rewrite that code a little bit. Right. So then we take in an exclusive reference to self and we return an exclusive reference to self in case we want to do anything more with it. We don't have any other functions right now. But then inventory items iter mute for each item process. And then this doesn't actually need to get set because we're mutating. And then this doesn't need to get returned because we're mutating. And I guess we can change this to for something a little bit, I don't want to say more idiomatic, but I feel like this cleans it up a little bit. not a query, so we need to itermute over it because it is actually a vec. Is it a vec? What did I... Why does that feel so awkward? What am I doing? Oh, inventory is got a field on it, doesn't it? Items. Inventory.items. So for mute item in inventory.items, this is probably going to be itermute. Then we can do that. So this will just mutate that inventory, which is the inventory in a machine in this case. So like this is do work. I didn't really need to know that because I knew what we were trying to do. So I relied on Rust type system to handle that for me. Now, what we do right here is fine, I think. And then we have one more usage of it. I think these are all constructors. I don't think these are going to be anything special. So these can just be items, not extract into variable. Thank you. Import, fill. So we get name, owner, and state. And for owner, we're going to get the persistent ID, right? Which we're going to need to make clone because we didn't do that. For the name, we're just going to copy these out. Eventually, these are going to turn into manifests, is my thought process here. Hello, WX. How's it going? So we put a pen there. We get rid of these. Now we have items. Persistent ID doesn't implement clone, so we'll just go do that. That's not how I do that. That's how you do that. That's because this doesn't implement clone. Or is it because I did something else? Working on the development of your game too? Cool. What are you building? What are you working on? Method not found in persistent ID because I didn't derive it. Yeah, cool. But why clone? Oh, I put clone in the wrong spot. My bad. Cool. So we still have to do the other constructor. Let me just copy this. $6.45 here. If pickup contains inventory items, it are all, this is no longer this is item. I guess we could do like is processed here. I'm not a huge fan of just like dumping everything into associated functions or methods, but it is what it is. So this should work the same as before then. We shouldn't have broken anything because the item IDs are not necessarily virtual grid. Place something. Hopefully we can get this in before the second customer shows up. Put that in, wait 10 seconds. Why did I make that 10 seconds? I'm regretting that decision. Okay, and then that person gets their stuff. We get more stuff. We aren't actually doing returns to the right person yet. We didn't implement that. So I think we're still going to run into the same issue. Yeah, see, so they don't walk away because we do need to filter by that ID now. So in pickup, detect player returning to customer pickup. I'm really glad that I wrote such a long name. You're a level designer modeler working on a project using Roblox Studio, basically dodgeball Fortnite inside Roblox. Cool. That's dope. I've done a little bit in other ecosystems like that. I've done a little bit of Fortnite and Verse and stuff like that. But I haven't done it lately. I feel like I made one video on this channel for Verse, maybe 2 videos for Verse on this channel. And I can't decide whether if I want to do another Verse video in the future, whether I should put that on a totally different channel or not. I've kind of leaned heavily into game development over the last 6 months while I've been spinning up This Week in Bevy, which is a newsletter that I run for a game engine. But I also do like other stuff like Wasm and Leptos and web stuff and whatever. So TBD. What do I think of development in Roblox? I don't know anything about Roblox development. I've seen a couple of videos. I've never done any. My only like other ecosystem work is either like Minecraft stuff or Fortnite stuff. Or like really hacky stuff like like old Guitar Hero tracks, you know, like that kind of vibe. So I don't know anything about Roblox actually. Okay, so this is detect the player, return to customer pickup. So the inventory items now need to be filtered per customer and only returned to the customers that they belong to. So right now, the logic that we've written for pickup and drop off is like when you pick up, everything has to come to you. And when you drop off, everything has to go back, which isn't necessarily true. So we've got to decide exactly what we want to do here. I think we're going to start off with just dropping off, starting to fill up the proper customer's inventory. So right now we're using like extend and drain. I don't know if that's going to be accurate anymore. I think what the behavior that we want is actually just try to give whatever we have back, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So right now we're restricting on the fact that the player inventory all have processed. But I think we want anything to be processed. So really we're doing this per item now. We're not doing this per inventory. So 4 entities that are colliding. We get the customer entity and the customer inventory. Then we determine all of the ones that are colliding with the pickup sensor. If there are pickup colliding entities, that include the player. So if the player is in the right position, I'll keep watching your live to help me focus on my game development too. Yeah, co-working is cool. Like that like body doubling kind of thing. Pickup colliding entities contains player entities. So if we have customers in the drop off or pickup area and the player is in the corresponding like pickup drop off area, then we want to probably do some logic. We could do like if any of the items that the player has are processed, then try to give them back. I don't think that this is necessarily that important though, in terms of checks. Like technically this isn't logic, this isn't game logic, this is optimization. So I think we just get rid of that. So we will have a customer entity, but we also need the ID. So our customer entity comes from customers, which we will add our persistent ID to. So now we have our persistent ID. I think we're not going to do a max space calculation. We're just going to check to see if the customer can take each item. So available space isn't something we'll need. This is checking to see if it can transition. This is doing a drain. So instead of doing a drain, we're going to do 4 item in player inventory. Check to see if customer can pick up. If can, transfer. Otherwise, continue. So we could do something here as well, like if the customer, if the player has items that are associated with a customer that is on the thing, but all of that's optimization. So we're just going to go through this. Transition items, player inventory, drain. We don't want to drain. And we don't want to extend, I don't think. Because we're going to have to pull things out. So in that case, that is not retain, but what's the other one? Reject? Is reject the right function there? Retains only the elements specified by the predicate. In other words, remove all elements E for which FE returns false. And we don't get back any of those values. There's a function that will let us split off is not the right thing. Truncate is not the right thing. That's reserve capacity. I feel like I'm blanking on this. Extract if. New nightly APIs. Determines if an element should be removed. Oh, that's cool. So this will do checks to see if the element should be removed. So if it matches the customer ID. If false, it remains in the vector. Otherwise, it gives you an iterator, it looks like, with each item. If the returned extract if is not exhausted because it is dropped without iterating or the iterating short circuits, then the remaining items will be retained. I feel like that is, I'm not sure if you do like .next, right? that probably triggers it to be pulled out. So you only want to be doing .next if you have space to give it to the customer, or if the customer has space for it. Which for the most part for us right now, because of the way I have it set up, is always going to be true. I do like this though. How stable is this? Because it'll be the first thing to push us to nightly if we use it. It'll be... Doesn't have a stabilization PR. Looks like it has all of the implementation done. Unresolved questions. The name? Okay, I don't really care about that. Should extract if accept a range argument. Interesting. Missing send sync impulse on linked lists extract if. We're not using linked lists, so we're good with that. So I think this is just naming, basically. Oh, somebody's summary. Sick. Yada, yada, yada. Drain on drop. Is it possible to point to this feature when user is trying to use drain filter? What is drain filter? Drain filter doesn't exist. So I think extract if is really what we want. Is it what we want enough to use nightly? I think it is. We'll basically be permanently on nightly if we do that. For anybody who's watching, are you pro nightly or anti nightly? Like, would you rather see how to do this on stable? Or would you rather see the usage of nightly APIs? Because if we do this, I can almost guarantee you that we will find another API that will be useful. So now's the time to decide whether we're going to use nightly or not. And for those that don't know, nightly Rust is basically a daily build of Rust that happens every day. So right now what we're doing is using stable, which means that we don't have to do any special stuff to use things that aren't actually stabilized yet. Yeah, you only use nightly when you need a local allocator. I feel like extract if might be worth it. And I don't feel like it significantly impacts everything else. It looks like a fairly stable API too. So we would not drain then. We would not extend. I don't think extend takes an iterator. So what's the difference? We either use extract if, which checks to see if the customer has space and then puts another one in. Because iterators are lazy, so we should be able to do that repeatedly. The other option is we just do it manually. So let's write it out manually first. Which the manual way would be more annoying because for each item, we would have to decide whether to take it or not, which makes me feel like we would be using indices. So if we do that, then we need take, right? Take is also a nightly API. That's hilarious. That was unexpected. I feel like there's another one that isn't. If take is nightly and extract if is nightly, and the only other option would be remove, right? There's remove. So remove and returns the element at position index within the vector, shifting everything to the left. So remove would be the API that we would use if we weren't using nightly. it would be an index-based API, so we would be iterating over. The issue with remove is if we use it, it modifies the vec. So if we do for like player inventory.enumerate, right? Then we get all the indices and we get all the values. But the issue is that when we dot remove, that vec changes and thus the indices change. So that's annoying. So we would need to deal with that. I think that's annoying enough for me to use extractive. Because the other option would be iterate over all of them, return both sets in a vec, and then like recombine them, which feels like really awkward. So I think we're headed to nightly here. So this is the equivalent code then. So mute I is less than, some predicate, vec remove I, else I plus 1. Yeah, okay. So we can't enumerate. We would have to manually track. So if we didn't do this with nightly, it wouldn't be for item in player enumerate. It would be... player inventory, some predicate. This would be if customer inventory dot length, I guess customer has space. Customer has space and why is that mutable? I guess that's just their example. And player.inventory.owner equals customer persistent ID. And then customer has space. Customer has space would be customer dot inventory size or something like that. What is the, I guess customer inventory, right? Customer inventory dot, what did I call this? It's items and max item count. I should make this a function. This seems like a good function. So let's go and do that too. So inventory, on inventory, we don't have an impl yet. We'll do an impl. Pub function has available space, reference to self, self dot items, self dot items dot count length is less than self dot max item count. Right? Then we get this nice function. I like the documentation of that function, right? If the customer inventory has available space and, well, that's a bitwise and the player inventory has an item that is owned by that customer, then we do something. All right, Diego, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, API is only slow reporting the singular case, not the case of many, is a common paper cut. I usually try to do the case of many first. So while I is less than player inventory dot items dot length, player inventory dot items dot remove, and then player inventory dot items dot owner. And we need to do equality on the ID. So persistent ID needs eq. I think this could actually take total equality. EQ is just a marker component. Partial equality has all the functionality. Partial equality and eq are split for things like F32s, which can be nan. So we have total equality because currently we're just using strings. So we have it, we know we have it, and we can just mark it as such. Customer persistent ID. Is that a reference? Is that the issue? I feel like adding a reference to the other thing is better than dereferencing something else. Okay, so this would be the stable code. While player inventory items length has available space, if they're the right customer to give it to, then remove it and insert it into the customer. And I guess this is just going to be like dot push, right? So this iterates over everything. So this should theoretically work. There's a find up here that's causing an issue. Expected a tuple with 3 elements. I don't think we care about the persistent ID there. So theoretically, only customers who own things should be able to pick up those things. This is the stable code. I don't like that code. I at least want to put that into like another function or something. Hopefully I can full screen this and also build out. No customers yet. Oh, there we go. First customer. Oh, they just ran. Okay. Do I still have items? I must, right? I think I took their items and we're not doing a check about whether they should leave or not. So this is all true. We don't know what they started with. That's interesting. Can they leave? Should they be able to leave without all of their items? And I guess we have multiple options for that. One of which is have all the items be entities. I'm trying to think of cases where like, so let's say you have an item and it burns up or something, or you ruin it completely and throw it out. What does the customer do at that point? And how do we handle that? Because like for right now, this is just saying do all of this. And we need to block it on, we need to block it on something. We need to block it on the customer getting all their items back, or et cetera, et cetera. We could just make it so that each customer only has exactly the amount of space that they need to hold all of their items. That feels like an that feels like a side thing though. That doesn't feel like directly the functionality. You tried to make a real game with Bevy, but decided to start from scratch in Godot. Bevy feels like it needs more time and an editor. Definitely, if you feel like you need an editor, definitely use something like Godot. That is unquestionable. People are working on an editor for Bevy. It's going to be a little bit. I'm curious about what you ran into, though. Like, what issues did you have? Was it a 3D game or a 2D game, or like what kind of game were you making? While I is less than flavor. Okay, so we do all of this stuff. The customer has no idea whether they actually have their stuff or not. So maybe we do like a really simple check. Like if, see, this is the part where I want to be able to query all of the items. So I think items are entities, because I really want to be able to, I really want to do a query for if there are items that are not in the customer's inventory that the customer owns, then don't leave yet. And I think the best way to do that is making items entities. At which point the inventory is not a static vec, but rather entity IDs that reference something else. And they could either be entity IDs or whatever. But I think being able to query for entities on its own is very useful. The other option we could do for the moment, before we make that kind of refactor, is that customers could have like their starting count, and if they're not full of entities, then they don't leave. Which I think is what I'm going to do right now. And then I'll leave a comment saying, hey, we need to make items entities in the future. Because doing that now allows us to check to make sure this logic is correct. So customer NPC is hopefully defined in this file. What did I do? Oh, there it is. So customer NPC, right? And customer NPC has a handle to a GLTF. In this case, I'll just call that GLTF. And we'll call the next item expected items to have, right? Expected items to leave. And this will be like whatever value. I forget what we used for the other one. Pub GLTF. Yeah, okay. No semicolon. And here I'm going to do to do when items become entities, remove this field. So a customer NPC will have an expected items to leave, or expected. And I'm going to make this like really large so it doesn't conflict with anything, and that it'll be easy to recognize and remove. So we have a spawner somewhere in here. Spawn customer NPC. This spawn customer NPC will have an issue with actually spawning this currently because we need to change the way we construct it. And then the expected number of items to leave is 2. And this is GLTF. And I guess we could do this too, so that I don't like forget and mess this up. We could do let items equals this. And then items.length is going to be this. Right, so that I can't actually mess that up accidentally. So then we'll go down to our other logic and we'll gate this on if customer dot or customer inventory dot items dot length equals what was it? Do we have customer? We have customer entity. Do we also need customer? I think we need customer here. So this is going to be persistent ID customer NPC, which we can now remove with here. And then customers gets a slight refactor here. And this is customer NPC. The iter mute is now an issue. Oh, that's because we are using this somewhere else too. Is that true? Player customers, we are not using it anywhere else. Oh, because that's not a shared reference there. So the iter mute is not actually an issue. It's just the tail end of an error. So customer NPC then goes here. Customer NPC dot. I wish VS Code gave me fields at the top. Expected number of items to leave. Then you can leave. Or try to leave. Otherwise not. Yeah, I think there's plenty of games that I would probably ship on Godot and not Bevy. Like if you don't need any of the things that Bevy does, for example. We've had that discussion on stream before, though. I don't have anything against other game engines or anything like that. I am a person who likes to use Bevy. Oh, they just left. Customer items length. Let's debug this. With my luck, these will both be 0 because I messed something up. But yeah, if you're doing like something that is very art based, Godot is a great option, right? If you're doing something that is very, you know, programming centric or whatever, Bevy can be a great option. Also, like we were talking about earlier, Bevy doesn't have console like support yet, if that makes sense. So, oh, the other thing we need to check is if these have been processed. So if customer items length equals that, and customer inventory dot items dot all item dot state equals processed state processed. So for all of the customer inventory items, if all of them have been processed already and they have them all back in their inventory, then they can leave. Fields not being on top is something that bothers you often too in NeoVim, not VS Code, so it's probably an LSP issue. I feel like it could be fixed. Could be a setting. The other thing for this game is that there's going to be potentially some kind of menu, right? So if I stand here, it's kind of weird to be like across this light with so many customers. We might have another bug that we need to figure out. Virtual grid, click. And then again, I'm giving a talk next week at a conference. So see, that's weird. That shouldn't happen. That feels wrong. There's something wrong about that. Yeah, the field autocomplete feels like it should be easily fixable. It should be like sort for items that are fields, right? Okay, so there's stuff going on here. These people are never leaving, but I think our pickup is also an issue. I didn't think we were going to have to change our pickup, but maybe we will. Detect pickup. If there are people standing there, then we're doing the full inventory transition here. And then they should be waiting for their stuff back. I've said it on past streams, but I do need to build a... Okay, so let's do customer NPC spawner or spawner. Is I think customer spawn cycle. Customer spawn cycle is some RNG right now. RNG isn't really what we want. Let's also make it so that if there's already a customer, that it doesn't spawn anybody new. If customers dot what iter dot count length. I thought queries is empty. Oh, that's because I didn't do the shared. Okay, so shared reference for that. If customer is empty, spawn, otherwise return. So now we'll only get one. And I can kind of do this to just make it spawn. One spawns in, one spawns out. I feel like that should be a debug flag. Like I should be able to do configurable spawning behaviors so that I can do debugging like this. So we have world inspector. We have a customer. If we look at player's inventory, and we go, this is the issue. There we go. Standing right there is the perfect spot to trigger it getting thrown back and forth. And it's the same two items. So what I am not doing must be that I'm not checking to make sure that they are processed. So let's go check up pickup. And this does the check, and this means that if has available space and they owned it and the state is processed. Right. We only want to give it back if the customer has space for it, if the player has it for that customer, and if the thing has been processed. I wish the fields were first, though. I feel like I've gotten used to a lot of different... there we go. That works. So let's do grid. This should still do our... This is our too far... We can't actually click on it because it's too far away vibe. Which I still like having. So we're in range. We click. It transfers. We wait a few seconds. The machine does work. We take it back, run over, and then it goes. And a new person comes in, and we grab it. And we give it to the machine. The machine didn't have anything in it before. Does some work. Pick up from machine. Walk back. Actually, let me take a look at that. Yeah, okay, that's 2 items. So we're good, and then we pull this back. There's a little bit of a flash there, which is a little bit weird. I don't know why that flash is there. But it's working. So the light would be the issue. So this is ready lights. Detect customer drop off, ready lights. This is if there's a customer standing there that has items and all of those items or any of those items are unprocessed. So item.state, process state, unprocessed. Why is that not formatting? No, I've lost rest format. I must have done something wrong. So, customer, find a customer, right? Which is standing on the sensor, which has items, and any of those items are unprocessed. That's what turns the light on. So theoretically, this should mean that it doesn't get turned on again. Because once it gives items to the player, then it should never have unprocessed items ever again. Right, like all of the inventory is gone from the customer at this point. The player has all the inventory. They've passed it off to the machine to do, you know, the washing or whatever. That gets done after a few seconds. We take it back, we run over, and now our light isn't turning on randomly. Now a new customer comes in. Cool. So the question now is, does it work with multiple? So spawn cycle, let's get rid of the little debug thing here. The only question I have is how this is going to behave when passing off to inventories that have not enough space. So we should be able to have multiple customers, right? And we should be able to pick up from multiple customers at the same time. I will say the washing machine, I think, only has 4 slots right now. So if there's more than these 2 people, this should be enough. So we click. And now we've gotten more customers. It's done now. We pick it back up. This picked up for Well, it looks like both people. So we go back, we should see 2 people run away. And then we probably have more already. So we can click in again. And this will only do 5 items max, I think. I need an in-game way to tell whether it's done or not. So that sends 1 person away, right? I come back, I pick some stuff up, throw it back in the thing. This happens for another 10 seconds or so. Obviously, during this time, there would be like UI being like 10, 9, 8, or like stuff like that, right? But we haven't gotten there yet. Oh, it's already done. It looks like we're only doing 1 customer at a time. Let's see what the player's inventory looks like. Like, we're obviously not doing 1 at a time, right? Because we saw people move away together at one point. So the player has suit pen, suit pen, suit pen, suit pen. So if we are close enough here, right, and we click, we still have 12 items. So this maxes out at 20. There's approximately 2 per customer. So our inventory more or less fills up, I think. So that's done. So we had 12, and when we pick up, we should get 5 because there were only 5 that fit in the machine. And then this goes back, and we end up with 19. But some of the ones that are processed are still here. I think that's the part that is awkward. Yeah, and in fact, a bunch of the stuff is already processed and should be going. Also, this must implement crawling speed, I don't think is actually true. I think we already did that. We did do that. So let's get rid of that warning because let's get rid of those warnings because those warnings are just not relevant anymore. Cool. Okay, so we can handle multiple customers. There's a little bit of finickiness when we have too many. I think that's related to the sizes of these containers. Right? So the player has an inventory. So it's 0 right now. It should go up to 4 because I think we have 2, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. We have a grid over here. Go over to the machine, place it in. Player has nothing in their inventory at the moment. Done. Player gets 4 things in their inventory that are all processed. Walks back. That's 1 person walking away. And the player then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The player is left with 2 processed items. Which makes me feel like the indexes are wrong. Or something like that. So let's do this. If customers are greater than 1, return. Otherwise, we spawn more. So let's try to just lock it down to 2 and see what happens. I think this is also it would be useful to build some kind of inventory debugging view. And that could go into a completely separate window even, right? Because there's going to be a lot of things with inventory, and the inventory is going to be flipped around a lot like this. And I feel like having some visualization for what's where and when it transfers would be the best option. Did I mess up? Will the RNG ever spawn, or oh, that's, yeah, okay. Well, if not greater than 1 is 0, so that was my fault. That wasn't anything. So we get 2. We do a virtual grid, place our little thing in there. Boink. This should turn into 2 items or 4 items when it's done, because each customer has 2. That's why I'm keeping things statically coded right now. 1, 2. Suit, pen, suit, pen. I don't know why they all have suits and pens, but that goes for both of them. They're both out. 2 more come in. Dump that in. It's done. We get it back. We get processed. So the player, HII, the player has 4 items, which should be all of the items for these 2 people, and they are. So they get them, they go away. I feel like there's some logic around let's get rid of this. Our washing machine here has its own inventory. Where's that? Oh, it doesn't, because that's not the one. I clicked on an accidental thing. That's not the one we were actually using. This one's the one we were actually using. So this has the inventory. Max item count of 5. What if we lower that to 3? Pick up from these 2 people. Click in. So now we've got suit, pen, suit. They've been processed. We grab it. We go back. One of these people should walk away. And then we should be able to throw this in. So we had 4 items, 2 items from each customer. We processed 3 of them, so one of the customers stayed. That is now done. We grab it back, throw it to that customer. That customer walks away. Seems like it's working. The only thing I could think of would be if... What? if there were more customers, I don't know. I actually can't think of anything that would mess this up off the top of my head. I do feel like there should be some customer like aversion to just standing there. So like we shouldn't really have like 7 standing there. I think we would need 8 of them to overload the player's inventory. So this is 2. This is 3. So this is 6 items. Click in. This thing is processing the items. It's done. We grab it back. I give these back. Maybe I pick up some more and I throw them in. Cool stuff. Sorry, a little late to the party. What are you going for? This is kind of like going to be a little bit like an Overcooked game, a little bit like a cozy game where customers come into your shop. They have a little bit of AI. Right now, all they're doing is running to the counter because I'm debugging something. So when this happens, then only one of them ran away. So does the player still have inventory? So it's going to be like a little bit of a cozy game. It's going to be mostly about like running a laundromat, most likely. We don't have any of the artwork done yet, so that's not hard requirement. Yeah, okay. So I think there's an issue here where when there are elements coming in and out, it almost seems like, wait, all of these IDs aren't the same, right? No. Yeah, so customers come in, they all just run to the counter right now. You're supposed to like take the stuff, bring it over to the machines that you've spawned in the area or upgrade it or whatever. There's going to be a process for that. There'll be like little Among Us tasks for doing the actual work. So it'll be like, take it over to the machine, swipe the card, or like click it, or like set the settings or whatever. And then when they're done, you have to pick them up, get it back to the customers. The customers leave, you make some money, you do some upgrades, like that kind of, that's the whole cycle. And the whole goal is to just make it, to do something very scoped, get it to the point at which you could make a Steam page for it, and then decide whether to keep working on it or not. And at that point, it'll be like a functioning game, at least for this one little level. So I'm not really intending to, at the current moment, ship the full thing within the next couple weeks. My goal is to make like one level of a game that can sustain a Steam page and then keep doing that over and over for a little bit. So I'm not really sure what the logic bug is here because we're retaining processed items that we really shouldn't be. So let me look at the logic for the retaining. This is also one of the reasons that I wanted to not use remove and not do this logic is because this logic feels fraught for some reason. Like anytime I have to deal manually with indices, doesn't feel great. So let's do this. Let's do info player inventory dot items dot iter dot filter, and this will be a filter for item dot state equals processed. So every time we do a drop off, I'm gonna log out how many processed items the character has and how many unprocessed items they have. And this is going to be called processed. That has to be an equal sign because this is the special tracing syntax. And there's something wrong with that. Interesting. What did I do wrong? I probably just mistyped something. Oh, right, because I need to collect this. Or at least count it, I think. Oh, not that, though. Need to dot... No suggestions. Count the number of those items. And then we need to do the same for unprocessed. And then we'll do this before and after just to, like, you know, sanity check it. So we have effectively bought our first washing machine, yada yada, running around, doing some work or whatever. Person comes in, we grab it, and we give it. Get it back. Drop it off. And what did we see happen there? Make it like this so we can easily read it. So processed items to unprocessed items to, and then we go 0, 0. That feels wrong. Oh, because I didn't change the logic. It turns out if you don't write your code correctly, then it doesn't work correctly. I think it's just unprocessed, right? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So right now what's happening is I kind of have a bug where when there's too many customers, and you're like going back and forth between machines and the customers, sometimes a couple of processed items will get stuck in the player's inventory instead of getting passed back to customers. And I'm trying to figure out why. And I suspect it's because of the indices that I'm using to do the like pull out of one inventory and push into another. So I'm just trying to check that if any customers ever come to this store. I started using randomness for spawning the customers in, and randomness is a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea even for development. So we pick that up, come over, drop it off. See, and now the customer or the player has 2 unprocessed items and 4 processed items. Or other way around, but. Two, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4. 2, 6. Why isn't it giving it back? Also, why didn't I stick a name on these customers? That seems like also... Whoa. That was unexpected. Dang. Sorry about that if that came through. That was I had no warning. Ooh. The joys of live streaming. Now that's on the internet forever. Okay, so when we spawn the customers, I want to also add a name component. Dang. Items spawn, so name, new, customer NPC. Something not decrementing or despawning. Yeah, so the logic we just wrote on stream was basically everything in the game has an inventory. The customers each have their own inventory. The player has an inventory. The machines have inventory. So the inventory needs to pass from customer to player, from player to machine, machine back to player, and player back to customer. So we implemented an ID system for identifying which items should go back to which customer. So it could be that I forgot to check something like that. I forgot to, pass it back to the correct customer, and I'm just passing it back to like any customer or something like that. But yeah, the bug is directly related to something that we actually built on this stream. So I'm assuming I just forgot to do something somewhere. The index stuff is where I thought I would find it because that is something that we wrote, and I'm highly suspicious of using manual indices like that, but I think that logic is actually fine. So these are the logs for the player inventory specifically. So we could go through all of the customer inventories and log them out as well. Rubber duck you? Sure. So we've got this thing, right? We've got this system. We've got detect player, return to customer pickup. So the idea here, if I run the game to explain this a little bit, the idea here is that customers spawn in, they come in throughout the day. There's going to be like a day cycle over like 10 minutes or 5 minutes or, whatever it is. Probably shorter is better. So they come in at different points during the day. They spawn here at the like store entrance, wherever that's going to be. They run to this specific spot, which happens to be like a sensor. There's another sensor on the other side of this wall. So if I walk over here and I walk over the sensor, then the processed items in my inventory is 0. And now I have 2 unprocessed items, which I then need to currently I need to build a washing machine, pass it off to the washing machine. Washing machine takes a couple seconds to do its work. When it's done, it logs out to the console, which is the only way I know it's done at the moment, at which point the player has now 2 items in their inventory. They run back over to the thing. The processed items go into the customer's inventory, and they leave. So that all works, right? That all works just fine. So now we have 10 unprocessed items, right? The washing machine can only fit 5, so only 5 of them go in here. So that's done. I have to pick it up, walk it back, give it to some people. 1 of them left. Now I have 3 processed items in my inventory. That's the confusing part. So it's got to be when I am sending the items back, for some reason they're not making it to the customer. So I've got to be early terminating for a reason that is incorrect, is my thought. Because I think these logs are correct. The befores and the afters. Right? Because if we have what is it? We get in here and we have 5 processed items and 7 unprocessed. More customers have come in, so we will get more unprocessed. That drops to 3, so that 1 customer left, but none of the other customers got their stuff, which makes me feel like we're doing a find and not a... Okay, so 4 sensor colliding entities in query, right? We do need to do a find to find the customer to deal with. Otherwise, we continue this loop. And then we do all of that. Pickup locations. So we have to have hit this loop because it has to have worked for somebody. The query is a query for colliding entities with customer drop-off location. So for customers or for entities standing in the drop-off location, that's this query, right? So for entity in that query, if there is a customer that is colliding with that entity, right? Query, colliding entities, customer drop-off location. So this query is for all drop-off locations, of which we only have 1, right? So maybe I do this too. Let me rename this because that query is an old piece of code that doesn't make sense to have like that anymore. So this is not sensor colliding entities, right? No, it is. Colliding entities is such a weird way to write that. Anyway, so this is the hash map of entities that are standing on a drop-off location, and any given drop-off location. So if one of those is a customer, then we process for the customer, but we need to process for all customers that are in that list. So this is this is a loop over the locations, not over the customers. This is a loop, or this is just a single customer. So here, customers iter mute find. I don't think this needs to be iter mute. We don't do any mutation here. Iter.filter for this, not find. And then this doesn't need to happen because this is going to be a filter, right? So this is this is a really awkward way to write that loop, but for this in that, let's take this out of the sum because it's not a sum anymore. So for tuple of the stuff that we needed in this. So for every customer that is colliding, then we need to run all this logic. And I think that's the answer. Customer inventory. Iter mute because we are going to mutate it later, not because we're filtering it. Okay, yeah. Thanks for the rubber duck. I think that was it. I think we weren't iterating over all the customers. Because historically, I've only tested with a single customer. So grab that, stick this in. Happy to help, but a little early to call it. Yeah, I hear that. So this will be done. We'll grab that back. This should fire off for 2 of them that look like they left. Do this again. So they should be leaving in batches of 2 to 3. Because of the way that the logic works out, I believe. Which seems to be true. So the user has no more processed items. It has 6 currently. So there should be 2 people standing on that platform after this is over because 1 more just arrived. One more just arrived. 2 more just arrived. Yeah. Cool. I think this is working now. I think that's a sign that I need to clean up that logic. But it does seem to be doing the right thing. So now I have 4. So there should be 2 people on that platform. So I should be left with 1 person after this. Which I think is true. As long as no other customers come in the next 30 seconds because the store is closing and everybody loves to come in at the end of the day. Cool. So that works. And then we can just do some random person that comes in because everybody comes in when we're, 30 seconds to 5 o'clock closing. Cool. So all of that works. I'm going to get rid of these info logs because we don't need them anymore. I'm going to get rid of this other logic because we don't need it anymore. Info logs, etc. I don't love this. I'm going to leave a comment here. Move each item from player inventory to customer inventory. Another option is to use, what was it? Extract if. I feel like I'm going to come back to this and it's going to be hard for me to read. It's going to be hard for me to understand why we're using the index like this. The index here needs to be accounted for separately because .remove will change the indices and shift all future elements to the left. Yeah, I don't like that logic. I don't like that logic because remove feels finicky. Feels very like if it comes down to it, this is one if and then do it if that's true or not. But the index is just not obvious, right? It's just not clear what that index is doing or why. You have to know ahead of time that remove is going to shift everything to the left. It feels very easy to break. We do have another option, which is what we were looking at right before with extract if, but we do have to use the nightly compiler to do it. So let me write an implementation that does that and see if I want to change it. Because it has to pass all of this. So this will be customer in or player inventory. Extract if item. So these are both item. What do I call this? I don't really want to call this item because I just called that item. Item to move. So we end up with this, and then this is the logic that we push in there. So this and this are the same logic. It should be. The only big difference is that instead of running stable, we need to run nightly, and I need to also enable that feature if we're going to use it, which I think I can do at the top of the file. Do I do it at the top of this file or do I do it at the top of lib? I feel like I do it at the top of lib. Allow warnings. So what this should do then is it should mutate the player inventory if that condition passes, right? If it doesn't pass, then the for loop won't get called. So as long as we're checking in there correctly, then this thing will pop off and we push it in the other one, and that should just work. And then we don't need to use the index. We don't need to do any of that kind of manual fiddling. But it means that we have to use nightly. I like the separation here a lot more. Oh, this is items that remove I. We don't need to remove anymore. So that actually goes away too. And this is just item to move. Right? 4 items to move them. Because they'll get pulled out here. Now, this has a different issue where if you collect this ahead of time, then that inventory space isn't getting filled up, which means that this if condition would not fit. And it does pull out, as far as I'm aware, unless you do a condition on it. So we would have to do something like available space, which we had already and I got rid of. Right? Customer inventory dot items, and that is customer inventory that total size, or what did I call it? I never remember what I call these things. Max item count. So the available space is the max item count minus the inventory items dot length, right? Why is that red? So theoretically, player inventory extract if, we wouldn't need to check if it had available space because we could do dot take available space or something like that. Now the thought I have on that, iterator rust. The thought I have on that is take creates an iterator that uses the first n elements or fewer if the underlying iterator ends sooner. Okay, so if take is bigger, then it's fine, right? Take 5 gives us 2 items. If take is smaller, we're also fine. So that would work. Other option, take while. I believe an item will get sent through the entire iterator first. So I think take while would be interesting here. So if we got rid of available space, we could take while customer inventory has available space. Wow, nightly taken forever here. I don't know why nightly is compiling slower than in stable usually does. But yeah, so the item should go through, should be has available space. If it's the owner, if the item state is processed, then push it in. I like extract diff much better. I don't love being on nightly, but I don't love looking at this code either. There we go. There's the error that was in the code before. Also, this is .items. So player inventory .items .extractif. Is it .items .iter .extractif? I don't think so. And then is this going to be a borrowing issue because we used it here? Or like a mutability issue? Mutable borrow occurs here because it's also borrowed as immutable. So we actually can't do that. So .take seems like the best option there. And this is not has available space. This is just the available space. Right? So for item to move, player inventory items extract if these two conditions are met, take this number of them, and then push them in. I like that. I think that's easier to follow. Make sure it works. It's unfortunate that it's nightly, but it does seem nightly because of the name of the function and not because it's a faulty implementation or has implementation works, right? We looked at this earlier. Basically, the tracking issue for this feature, right? Extract if it changed function name at some point, so it was previously drain filter. Extract if is on vec and linked list. And I think the only thing that really needs to happen is a stabilization PR. There's a couple of unresolved questions that don't relate to us. So extract if with a range and missing send and sync on linked lists. We don't use linked lists, so it doesn't matter for us. And then the name of the function. So I feel pretty good about relying on this from a nightly perspective. I don't anticipate that the implementation is going to change, although anytime you use nightly, that is an option. Anything is allowed to change. That's kind of the point. So that's done. So we should see 2 people walk away. Yep. Need a bigger washing machine for all these customers. Seems to be working to me. Now, the one thing I can't do currently is I can't go pick more stuff up or it'll soft lock me. I have no way to drop things. So if I went back theoretically and picked up a full inventory's worth of stuff, there's no way for me to put that down anywhere. So, whoops. I think it would be funny if like this extract diff looks like it's working. And I like the code better, so I'm going to keep it. So we're on nightly now. What was I going to say? I feel like it would be fun if you could just like throw stuff on the floor. If there like wasn't really a place for it, but like if you needed to drop inventory, you could just hit like Q and it would just like pop out of your inventory onto the floor. Which is kind of funny because it's like you're supposed to be a cleaner, right? You're supposed to be a laundromat. So the idea that because you were holding too much stuff, you just threw it on the floor is hilarious in my mind. So let me commit this. Assets, inventory, source. I think anything in source is good. Web, no assets got added. Inventory management. What a good commit. Sounds like a punishing but fun mechanic. Yeah, well, I feel like there's a little element of chaos for like Overcooked style games, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like if you have something and you cleaned it already and you're holding too much stuff, you have to like make a decision, and that decision could be just make them dirty again and then go do the work again. I can't think of any way that would like actually end up locking you. I'm sure there's some kind of thing that I would have to be conscious about in terms of letting you choose what to drop, right? Maybe that's something we could do. You can't see the player inventory right now. There's no icons, there's no nothing. I'm going to get rid of that comment too. There's no way to view your inventory currently. So maybe we have a little inventory at the bottom of the screen. That could be fun. Where's the Rust Analyzer options or settings? Setting. Oh, you know what I should do actually instead of doing that? Rust tool chain dot toml, I think is the thing. And then channel nightly. What's today? Or what nightly am I using? Cargo plus nightly version. And we are using 829. And I think this is tool chain, right? So now we should be able to do cargo run. And it'll just use nightly for us. It's downloading nightly. Did I get something wrong? Did I not pick the right one? Cargo 1.83 nightly, 2024, 829. or 829. I thought we had that. It's doing a full recompile though. Maybe I didn't call it the right thing. Syncing nightly. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just picked the wrong identifier. Oh well. But now it'll use nightly. I'm hoping that also Rust Analyzer will use nightly, because it would be annoying to see what does this say? Feature may not what? Feature may not be used on the stable release. Yeah, I know that. That's not an issue. Restart server. Hey Trent, how's it going? Thanks for hanging out. I just accidentally picked the wrong nightly version. So the Bevy app is fully recompiling at this point, and there's a couple of Git dependencies, so it'll take a second. Rusty go burr. Yeah, basically. We just chose to use a nightly API for extract if. So basically we have a bunch of inventories in the game. Customer inventories, a bunch of NPCs, player inventory, machine inventories, and we need to do a lot of like translation of those inventories between things. So option number one was to do a bunch of like manual indices and do dot remove. Dot remove shifts all of the indices to the right, to the left. So you kind of like have to separately track that index. And I didn't really like the way that code looked in terms of maintainability. I didn't want to like add a comment to every time I had to do that to like re-inform people that the index wasn't the index of the enumerate, because we couldn't enumerate because we're using dot remove. So instead I chose to use extract if. Extract if lets us do check the available space for the inventory that we're transferring to, and then set a couple conditions for what is valid to transfer. So if the customer owns that piece of item, and the thing has been processed, then we take as many as will fit and we move them over, which I feel like is significantly better than mucking around with indices and dot remove. So happy with that. There are a couple of loops here. Maybe we could compress that loop, but not too concerned about it. So the next thing I think I wanted to do was to do some kind of UI for showing what's in the player's inventory. I feel like, so one of the things we were just talking about was basically the player can get overloaded with stuff because as customers keep coming in, your inventory can fill up. And if your inventory fills up, what do? Right? And that feels pretty fundamental to the game because it's kind of like inventory management between all of these different things. Even if like the inventory management is like a little Among Us task or something, right? So it feels important to solve that. And I think the solve for that is throw it on the ground. And we have two options for throw it on the ground. One is you just throw whatever was last in the inventory on the ground, which is a little bit less player control, a little bit more chaotic, easier to implement for sure, but could potentially also get you stuck if you're always throwing like the last 3 items off. Then how do you make sure that that is freeing up the right amount of space? I guess you could just throw everything on the ground and redo it, but you have to somehow know which things you need to pick up at that point then. Which feels a little awkward. because then you have to have UI for labeling which customer needs which thing and where they are at all times. So I guess the other option that I was thinking of was you could choose what to dump out of your inventory. If you can choose what to dump out of your inventory, that kind of doesn't take controller out of the equation, but makes it a little bit harder to support controller. But I'm thinking about either a little bar at the bottom or like an Animal Crossing kind of thing, right? So Animal Crossing, their inventory is like almost a pause menu, right? Actually, don't go to some random page, just show me the image, open image. So like Animal Crossing's inventory is just kind of like stuff, right? You hit some button, this menu pops up, your controller can go through each of them, you can choose whether to dump them or not. I'm thinking something a little bit more like this. And then you can choose what to dump. Maybe there's some metadata about it when you select it, right? Like this has a title, it's called Mage's Hat. Maybe there's a customer, like generated customer name. So place that, people come in, grab it, bring it over here, click it. Don't remember, there's no in-game like sign for, hey, you waited long enough. So that's something that needs to happen at some point. But pick that up, hopefully it was done, and then the customer runs away. So all of our logic works and whatnot. But there's no way to determine like what you have in your inventory at the moment. And this on the left here is just like debug UI. So I probably need to get rid of that at some point. Turn that into something else. So I'm thinking, where's our controls? Our controls are over here. There needs to be something to bring up that menu. I actually don't know what button they use in like Animal Crossing and similar games. I should figure that out. Yeah, extract if is really nice, honestly. It's a very niche use case, but very nice. I haven't implemented pausing yet either. Well, I have pausing in terms of like the actual states, but I don't think that I actually have it connected to anything. So you can't hit enter, for example. So question is, what do? We probably need pause, right? We probably need inventory to be separate from pause. If I can spell inventory. And then inventory will pop up that menu. That menu will show nothing effectively right now because there's no icons or anything. But we can just do like some little grid or something. I'm wondering if I want it to be always on. Probably an option, right? Probably an option to have the like inventory quick bar always on, so to speak. So maybe we just start off with showing it all the time and then we turn it on and off later. Player action, inventory. So if we're going to just show it all the time for the moment, what is the best way to do that? I think I have a modal in the current game UI. Spawn game menu. This is all of the debug stuff that I'm going to have to remove. Buttons and stuff. When you click on that, you spawn an NPC. State scoped. Options modal. Options modal is what we're going to change. I think probably we do, what do we call this? The main menu probably also uses it. So the main menu has options modal. It's not styled currently. So cargo run features with main menu. We won't do the long loading because we don't care about seeing that. And then I haven't really done any work on the main menu UI or anything since the Bevy game jam ended. So that pulls up a modal like that, which is, I think, what we want. So we already have this code implemented. And that is done via on pointer click, which just grabs the modal component and sets it to open. So we should be able to just do this. But instead of on pointer click, we're going to take this and put it somewhere else. This is going to be where, though? In controls. In controls, we have a couple of abilities and stuff. Let's do input map dot insert pause, not pause, inventory. I guess this is just going to be like a generic modal menu, but I'll call it inventory for now. And I'm going to key code it because I'm not using my controller at the moment. And I'll regret that later when I pick up my controller. And this is key I think. Just to keep it easy for the moment. So this should pop up and drop that modal. Feels weird for it to be a full-on modal, so we'll style it at some point. That said, apply controls. Apply controls is not what we want. We probably want something new. We need this logic, so I'm going to paste it off my clipboard and grab controls and do this. And we need this query. Mostly, we don't really need any other query. Don't need any of those gizmos. This is, that's based on button input? I thought that was based on action state. So we need this, actually. Not this. Handle inventory. This will be options modal. Options modal is going to get pulled in. We're probably going to copy and paste options modal into a separate file so that the main menu screen options modal and the in-game option or like modal that we pop up need to be different. So this is going to be handle inventory. Handle inventory needs to be running. Not really in apply controls. So if the game is running, so that'll all work. And then for handle inventory, we need to do this. Same logic we had for that other button we looked at. But the way that this works is we don't need the Chinua controller. We just need the player action. Let's get rid of all of that. So for player action inquiry, if player action dot just pressed player action inventory, then we do this. So with all of that, we should be able to run this, and if we hit I, the modal should pop up. Assuming that I didn't mess stuff up. Which it does. It does not close when I also hit it, which is probably also something I want it to do. So we'll just toggle it. And now we can bring it up, we can close it, we can bring it up, we can close it. The background is going to need to be different. The modal is going to need to be different. I think that, I feel like there's two possible pieces of UI. One is a bottom bar that just shows all the time, and the other is this inventory button that just shows you all of your inventory currently. The inventory button that brings up the modal is probably actually bringing up a whole bunch of menus, right? Like this technically, I think is your inventory, but also are those buttons on the bottom left clickable? I don't think the money one is. The shirt one might be. Or maybe that's just a selection. That is the only screenshot I see anywhere. And the inventory space, obviously, this says how to increase inventory space. That'll be an upgrade, obviously, so that you can carry more stuff during the game. I'm not going to mimic like the Animal Crossing design here. I'm just going to like, this grid of stuff is fairly common, and Animal Crossing was the thing that I thought of. So you can see how the actual size of this grows and shrinks with the amount of inventory space that you actually have. And that lets you drop things. I can't decide. So I feel like two options, like we were talking about earlier, for dropping stuff. One is just like throw stuff on the floor, and the other one is go into your inventory and manually click it out. I almost feel like both are useful. Although the items don't have a there's a polyfill for extract if unstable. It can be implemented based on a trait if you want to avoid nightly. That's pretty cool. I don't have a strong feeling about avoiding nightly. I think that the one thing that I want to make sure I do is that on streams and videos and stuff, that I'm being the most useful I can be to other people. So I think extract if makes that code just easier to read fundamentally, which makes everything easier in general. Like if somebody's reading that code trying to figure out how to do something, And then if they actually want to use extractive, they can choose to use the polyfill or the nightly version. Or if they want to switch it to the more complicated like indice version, they can choose to do that. But I think from a reading comprehension perspective, the extract if version is the version that I want to show. Yeah, that's my thought on it anyway. I don't really have anything against nightly. I use nightly for Leptos. For everything that I do in Leptos, it's nightly. And that just saves me like one function call effectively, because you don't have to type .get effectively is what nightly does for Leptos. But yeah. I think if you don't know what you're getting yourself into with nightly, it can be awkward. Because like some things, like extract if seems very stable from what I've seen. But other things aren't. So you got to be careful about which things you're choosing to use. And also extract if just has like, hey, you would write it like this if you weren't going to. So that's cool too. Okay, so we have this modal. The modal pops up and goes away. We need tabs inside of that modal, really, right? I guess yes and no. I think inventory is probably the thing that goes on there. Trying to think of from an implementation perspective. We haven't done any like upgrades or actual like day cycles yet. So maybe we do that next. Like we don't have a stream next week, but there's two things in my head about what to work on next. One of them is that I'm taking about a week off completely, just not going to touch anything, to go give a talk at RustConf. And after that, the most important thing that I can think of for the game is actually the art style and developing some real art for it. Because while I'm sure you're all very interested in my, gray box mechanic over here, this is just not like, this isn't a production game. This is like a tech demo. So I need to do things like figure out how to do buildings, get my scaling correct, et cetera, which will change a few things. And that's very, very, very important. So that basically has to start happening sooner rather than later. And then beyond that, we have to get a full cycle going. And then I think from there, it's just going to be iterative on that cycle. So there's going to be a day cycle. These customers are going to come in. You're going to have to do things. It's going to take like 5 minutes or something. I don't know. And then you'll get like points or a score or money or something like that. And you can upgrade and do things like that. But that'll be the base from which we jump off to do anything else. So inventory. This modal is technically here, but I think what I actually want to do is create a new one. I'm going to call this inventory modal. I'm just going to rename all this stuff. And this is literally just so that I can separate the modal that's in game from the modal that is in the main menu. Even if I end up being able to merge them back later. So for Woodpecker, we need to register the widget. Inventory modal. This is going to be... This is kind of like a prelude for the widgets that I'm creating here. So this is going to be inventory modal. So you'll be able to use the inventory modal bundle if you want to create one and whatnot. So the inventory modal needs to be what we query for the other thing. In our game scene, this is now going to be an inventory modal, not an options modal. And then the inventory modal, we can immediately start. I don't know why I have commented out code there. We can immediately start just like changing the style of this. Button widget, percentage, text. Inventory here. So when we run this, this should still run. There's nothing different about it. I just created a separation between the two modals. I think there probably doesn't need to be a close modal button inside of the modal, not for the in-game inventory anyway, because you'll be able to bring it up and not bring it up because I changed the query here. Where did I do that? Game menu. Controls. Controls is where I did that. This is the other thing about having multiple modals and having the control mapping. I think I want something more generic that's like bring up interactive modal or, you know, whatever it is, rather than specifically the inventory modal. But we'll see. We can also do like bring up this modal, but only run when the game is not paused kind of vibe. So that brings up. So in our inventory modal, we'll just say inventory slate 50 with alpha 85. I'm going to chunk this way down. I don't even know that this should have an overlay, but I'll leave it for the moment. The reason that looks like it does is because Woodpecker does have some default styles if you don't specify stuff. So we've got a modal bundle with the overlay color. I don't think there's anything else in here to check. Element bundle, Woodpecker style. This is the children inside. This is let's see. What do we make this? Make this something that is like obviously different. Very, very obviously. So we pull this up. Inventory here, background, border, title. Makes me think it should be here. I kind of wish that the Tailwind stuff was just pulled in by default. Like, I wish Tailwind was the prelude, but I understand why it wouldn't be as well. So it's not something I'm suggesting. It's just something that I want in my own apps. Not in the wrong file, am I? Default with children style. Why am I so confused right now? So the only things that really get background colors are quads and whatnot. But why am I... Okay. Render. Widget. And get rid of that log. Modal bundle. Modal bundle is a built-in woodpecker thing, which I think... I thought it got its styles here. But I am running on a fork of it. I don't remember what commit I'm on. Let's take a look at the game menu for a second. Where's the modal? Here's the modal, woodpecker style. Okay. This, I don't know why I thought it was inside. Why do I feel so weird about this? This is the modal, state scoped in-game, style, some random stuff. This is the root. So the buttons get added to, this is the whole page. This is the button area. That's where the buttons get added. Then we've got the child that is the inventory modal, which should have something that I'm doing terribly wrong. Why am I doing this so wrong? I think the modal is actually not... Does it not take the style? Is that it? Is there a bug in my current implementation of the thing? Right, modal. Can I click on this? I can click on this. Title, children styles, visible, overlay color. This is all just regular widgets. Style A, style B for modal bundle. It's the opacity. Am I getting overridden by style A, style B? Styles, yada yada. This is all the defaults. Render. Is it the transition that I need to modify in this demo? This would be the style on the modal bundle. So this is the modal bundle. That's not the modal bundle. This in here is the modal bundle. This is the modal bundle, which means that this would have style A, style B, but it doesn't. So why is that? Self modal, styles, children, internal children. Why do I feel like I started using something else and then didn't get rid of it? Modal, show modal, visible, title. must not be public. Modal state. That's the wrapper styles, visibility, overlay. Children styles is not getting used. That would be my issue if that were the case. So internal children, right? Here's the overlay. Here's the window. And the children styles are not getting used. That's my issue. You're trying to learn Bevy, but it's so hard. What are you having trouble with? What's the haps? So this modal, like, I have two options, right? This is, I can either continue to use this, or I can make my own modal. Which I think I'm gonna do my own, and then I'm just gonna modify it because we're on stream, and I'm just gonna like cut through it a little bit. And then I'll go back and I'll see if that is still the case in the main Git repo, because that is a bug. Where's widgets? Pub use, inventory base. Guess we star it. And then here, then we need to register modal, I think. I want to name this something else because I've now forked it effectively. You know, make your character continue moving after a key press release, but you don't know how to do that. Have a system that keeps applying differences to the transform. All right, so you have a character, right, and you hit a key, and that's like either modifying a transform or setting a velocity or like whatever you're using, right? You're doing something when you hit that key. You just need that effect to keep happening. So obviously, I don't know what kind of project you have set up, but if you're doing something simple like just adding to the transform, write another system that runs an update, and in that update, like just apply that previous key press kind of vibe, right? So if you have, let's say you had W or up arrow bound to like add one, which is like not an industrial strength way to do that, but let's say W is adding one to your velocity in the y-axis. You can store the last pressed key in a resource, read that resource in an update system, and then just keep applying that to the player transform. You'll have to query again for the player, and the same things you're doing in the key press system, but that will keep running. Now there are downsides to doing exactly what I just said, but I'm assuming that you're just getting started and that you will discover those one at a time. Yeah, the way that Bevy kind of is just like, hey, if I want this thing to run all the time, run it in update, or for controls probably like fixed update. Is really smart. I mean, it's really nice to work with. So this modal, I'm going to name this. That is a lot of changes. Maybe. How do I do Command Shift? No, not F. Nope, not quit. Command Shift, Command F, Command Shift F. What is the... Okay. This is when I get into my, like... It would be easier in any other editor kind of vibe. Let's see. Replace all. Enter. Inventory base modal. So I save that. And then that goes into widgets, wherever I was putting widgets. The problem with widgets, W, is that it's at the bottom. Is Woodpecker UI based on the built-in Bevy UI? No, not really at all. It's based in Velo. So that's inventory modal. We've got a modal in here somewhere. The thing for Woodpecker is it's not actually fully released yet. It's still like in an alpha version. So I would say that if you are somebody who is looking for alternative UI solutions, it's worth taking a look at. If you are somebody who's just learning how to use Bevy or whatever, I probably wouldn't go for Woodpecker at the moment. I would probably just do regular Bevy UI. Okay, transition, update. Why is that an issue? Make sure initial state is correct. Private method. 164 in base. The transition is private? That's really annoying. That can't possibly be true in the current main. But yeah, Woodpecker's really cool. I really like it. It allows me to do certain things that I couldn't otherwise do and do them in a way that like is pretty repeatable, right? Like I can put work into actual UI and then like put that into a widget and then reuse it. Like the buttons that you see throughout my entire game, those have like multiple color bars that flow in and then flow out, and that's how they render onto the screen and whatnot. Those are like just a button component now, and I just use that button whenever I want it. So I'd never have to put that work in again. And yeah, I think that's what I would say. I would say that Woodpecker allows me to do things that are interestingly different than what I can do with Bevy UI currently. Bevy UI is not horrible either. I would say if you're beginning, use Bevy UI. If you're looking for something different, Woodpecker is a fine thing. And it's built on Velo, and Velo is very, very cool, which is compute shader based, like 2D SVG kind of rendering. I wouldn't say ChatGPT works at all, Lucific. If you want my full opinion, I don't think you should use ChatGPT for anything. I could get into why, but it's probably not a conversation. I would say it's especially bad for Bevy, but I would also say that it's not a useful learning tool. Cool. So we have the modal. The modal's up and working. This modal is using that. Yeah. Yeah. The TLDR is basically, do you want to spend 3 hours debugging or 3 hours like learning how it works? Like that's the, like if you want to even think that they're the same kind of like amount of time or whatever, which they're not. Like learning how something works, especially with something like Bevy, which has like such an just amazingly kept up to date like directory of hundreds of examples that you can go look at. Like these are all not just kept up to date, but also like idiomatic and the right way to do it and et cetera, et cetera. They're like reviewed by the maintainers. Like this is high quality code, right? You know that when you look at an example in the Bevy repo that it's doing something it's supposed to, and if it's not doing something it's supposed to, it is like a bug and it will get fixed, right? Whereas whatever you get out of one of those models is not even guaranteed to work. And the other thing is like the APIs update so frequently, like Bevy does a release every 3 months. And those models are always behind, always. Okay, all of this stuff. And then we need to go in here and the styles in here are what we'll change for a second. Colors, let's do slate 50.into, and this will be no border radius. Well, a smaller border radius. Let's go with a smaller border radius. Border 2 pixels, slate 50, background color, I don't know, whatever. Let's do slate 200. So this should change that modal now. It's really awkward that those children's tires weren't available. I could have ignored it, but my brain wasn't going to let me. There we go. So now we have a modal that we can modify. I think that the overlay color is fine. The children styles aren't getting applied currently, so we're just going to leave that like that because I need to fix that bug. The color for the text should be like slate 950, we'll say. We'll make it a fairly like light screen for the moment. The other thing that we need to do is change the text style for the title, which is going to happen inside of the modal base. So it's one of the things about Woodpecker right now is that because it's in an alpha state, because it was just in a Git release or GitHub, whatchamacallit, because it's just on GitHub for a period of time, and that's where I was using it from, that the widgets that are included with it for the version that I'm using are kind of more like examples than a full component library, just because of the state of development over the history of it. So copying things out and modifying them to be my own is kind of expected for where I'm at right now. Any particular reason you're using Glue Navigator with local path in your cargo toml file? Yes, because I was working on it at one point. Not that I don't make the library. I was just working on the code and doing some debugging and stuff like that. That is Francois' library. Mockers. So inventory, this border I don't like. I actually don't even like having that title there, but it's fine for the moment. So I think I want this button gone too. This is that border though. Let's change that border to be 1. Content, style, height. Cool. So our modal here then, we want to have a grid inside of here. We don't have any images to show. Maybe I pull some image in here. Flux direction, padding, width. This is all the children element bundle. This has the inventory here thing in here with the button. None of this is actually relevant for us. We do want the element here. I believe we can do grid like this. Center, flex direction, align items, center. I think there's some better spacing work to do here. I'm not too worried about actual stylistic choices at the moment. So this is an element bundle with a grid. This is the children. The children are going to have to be built out of, we have choices. I think quad is what I want for the moment, because this will let us render a background image. Or not a background image, sorry. It will let us render a element in a square with a color on it. So if this is quad, right? We don't want color here. We want background color. And this background color will be sky 400, we'll say. As long as I don't type into 5 times. And then this should run and render a single square. Now, we haven't set any of the sizes for the square or anything, or the number of children that are supposed to show up or anything like that. I think the number of slots is going to be 20. So again, we really don't see anything here at the moment. So element bundle, children element, quad, background color. And then these need to be like width and height, right? I don't know. I'm thinking about it and I'm going like, do I want the width and the height to be pixel values or do I want them to be dynamic? I feel like most of the games I see do static sizes. But my web development background makes me want to like make everything fit for every different kind of screen. So like here's one item effectively, right? So for this, we need to take this out now and do children goes down to this. We'll call this items. Render here goes through all of this. And this is let items equals widget children default. This will be mute. This will be items. And this will be add child if I remember the API correctly. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll be add. So we'll add an element for every one of the things that we're querying. We aren't querying anything currently. So this is item query, which is going to be a query for inventory with player. This has to be a shared reference. Think that we don't have either of these things in scope, so we got to pull those in. Item query, we're not modifying anything here, we're just rendering. So for item in, I guess this is going to be a single, right? So this is an item query. Why did I call it item query? This is inventory query. And what we want here is inventory query. I'm thinking about doing single mute here, right? Because we can do get single, right? And we can do let, I think it's okay in this case. Let okay inventory equals this. Else return. I don't really want to return here. But it'll be for item in inventory, which will be a shared reference. Wrap that. Inventory dot items. So for item in this, we do this, and that should show us how many items we have. Hey, we're not playing a game, we're making a game. So here we should see nothing, right? And then I think I haven't paused anything, so we have 2 items now. Hopefully we get another customer in here. I should just start the player out with some. It's interesting that the props aren't updating at the moment. I think I need to put that into state, not in the props. But if we run through this and pick up more, then we get more of them. This is obviously not going in the right direction. So let's go back to our grid. Wherever I put that here. And then this is going to be, we're going to have a gap. Units, pixels 5, I think. Units, pixels 5. And then what do we do about the grid? Next week is the talk, right? Yes. Next Thursday, I believe. Thursday towards the end of the day is my talk. I've been suitably stressed about it for the last 2 weeks. So everything's good and ready. The talk is written. Everything's done. It'll be good. Subject of the talk is websites, WebAssembly, or web apps, websites, and WebAssembly. I forget what I called it. I can actually tell you because it's sitting here. Websites, web apps, and WebAssembly is the name of the talk. It's basically about TLDR, for anybody that won't watch the talk, is Rust can run anywhere JavaScript does today, right? So using Leptos to build a production app is actually a realistic possibility these days. And there are people doing it in production. So whether you do full JavaScript, full Rust, or anything in between, right? Rust and JavaScript work really, really well together. So if you want to do JavaScript with a little bit of WASM, or Rust with a little bit of JavaScript, or any combination of that, all of that works and is valid and is a solid choice today. It's still early, right? It's still early adopter status. But it's not early adopter status in the sense that everything's breaking all the time. It's early adopter status in the sense that the ecosystem is a little bit smaller, more like a niche JavaScript project. It would be better if there were no need to have the JavaScript glue to call WASM. I mean, it would be better, but it's not a problem, right? Like the WASM to browser API, like shim layer, is not a fundamental problem. I know that a couple years ago, people were really concerned about the performance of that boundary, but it turns out, like in Leptos and whatever, that it just doesn't matter. It doesn't register. Like, it would be nice if you could call the APIs directly, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't matter for production use case today. The good news about Montreal's food scene is great. Good place to de-stress after a talk. Yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to just like sitting down at some restaurant or something, watching a sunset. What was I doing? I was doing grid stuff. And I can never remember the grid APIs. Left, line height, grow, shrink. Why are there no grid APIs in this right now? Did we not do any grid stuff? Examples. Children, clipping, modal, 9 patch. If we didn't do any grid stuff, then I will have to do the grid stuff, which is fine. I can totally do that. Image contained, children. Widget contains render, yada yada. That's just children. Okay. It's possible that I'll have to do the implementation of grid. I didn't think so. Yeah, there we go. To do add grid support. Okay. So we don't have grid support right now, unfortunately. You don't know how you ended up writing glue like that? What do you mean? Like you don't know what the WASM bindgen interface? Oh, GLOO. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, GLOO is the name of a networking library, a name of a JavaScript like WASM library. Wow, that is a terrible website for something that is meant to be. I can't even read that. Can y'all read that? Wow. Anyway, glue is a whole set of crates that do some interesting things for WASM stuff. That's probably how you got the autocomplete. Specifically around like networking and things like that. So rather than trying to pull in, request or whatever, call out to fetch, but with a nicer API, right? Here's a WebSocket stuff and etc. Right? Request, get, whatever. U is cool. U is U is not what I would personally choose to make a website today, but it's totally possible and people are doing it too. Okay, so we don't have a grid. I don't care that we don't have a grid because we'll just do flex. That's fine. And then I'll implement grid. But that means we need flex wrap. So this should center with a gap, and as we get new items in, it should render in like a grid-ish kind of way. Not too worried about it. So nothing in the inventory right now. Waiting for a customer back here. Checking in the back. No, we don't have any in the back. Yeah. I think that like all the websites that I build these days are WASM first, which I think is really interesting. Because I get to basically default to using Rust and WASM and Leptos. Like I'm redoing my personal site right now. Like that was from a server. You know? It's not ignore my in progress personal site, but like I don't know, if we look at like the amount of WASM this is shipping and things like that, it's just not very much, you know? All this extra stuff is actually not my website. That is Zotero. I actually think I'm going to get rid of the Zotero Chrome extension. That thing is so noisy, especially for actually doing web development. Looks like I might have an issue on there actually. CSS, yada yada. .404, that's for the .js file. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I need to switch that over to the new CDN URL. Which is this URL. wasm-cdn. So this should be here. Yeah, okay. I'm just not using the right URL for that page. Do we get the information here though that I wanted to look for? I think we do. So this is JS. Let's do that WASM. Which has a different URL, of course. Of course it has a different URL. This is what I get for trying to show something off that is in progress. It's just going to download it for me. Okay, fine. We can send it to downloads. Anyone using this device can see downloaded files. Yeah, so we've got 70 kilobytes of WASM here. Compressed, it's like 30. Islands architecture stuff is really nice for Rust and WASM stuff. I will talk more about that when I actually have that site up and running. So if I gather more stuff here, we do have a ton of inventory spots now. So theoretically, I would be able to click on one and it would be able to dump it. Let's do query. Let's do inventory query here, our update here. needs to have this. So inventory query, because we're rendering in response to this as well. I guess, do we need that? I mean, we kind of do. There's changed on queries, right? Inventory query. I'm starting to get to the end of my end of my stream capacity. Yeah, we just hit, we're 10 minutes past 12. That makes sense. Okay, so one thing we do need to do is figure out when the inventory has changed. We can do that by querying different stuff like I'm showing here. That's not really a hard problem though. So I'm going to skip that and do a run. The inventory here pops up. We've got a modal. When somebody comes in, we can take the stuff from them. It's in our inventory. If we do virtual grid, place something here, get close enough, click it, dump stuff in, it'll run. In our inventory right now, there's nothing. And now we have 2 things. Now we do this, and there are 4 things because we picked some up. We go back and we click, and the inventory has 1 thing. That doesn't make sense, does it? 1 thing? That seems like the wrong number. See, so we have 1. I pull this out, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, that does make sense. I had 6 before I went in. So 2 people leave. I picked up a couple of things here. Walk back over it. Dump it in. We've dumped everything in. So inventory technically works. I need to do some images there and not just like random things. I also need to do we've got 3 back, so we should send 2 people off now. And now we've picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So at least now we have a way to see the player's inventory in the game. Obviously, you don't want to be popping that up and popping that down and popping that up and popping that down all the time. So that's not the final way we're going to leave it. But it's a nice debugging tool for the moment. This also needs to update whenever something happens in the game. Right now, if we have the inventory up and we run over like more, it doesn't update until we try to change it. We can absolutely fix that. But I'm running out of steam for stream right now. So I guess I'll leave it to do here for update when player inventory updates. Basically, if you think about it as a component, there's an update and a render, and the update is just determining whether to re-render or not, and the render is querying that query. So it doesn't automatically re-render when that it doesn't automatically re-render when that query has differences. But we can make it re-render if we go and check the actual values or whatever. And we can do that either in update here, or we do have some state here as well. And we can just make sure we ping that state. So we don't have grid working either. Grid is going to be, I feel like, pretty important. Although now that I think about it, it's really not as important as I was thinking, because flex also just works. I would like to think of it in grid, but we don't actually have that much. I think grid would be nicer, so I'll try to implement grid at some point. But I'm about to take a week off, so I'm not going to do that this week, so we won't have it fixed for the next stream. And then, yeah, what else did we do today? We did the customer IDs. So I think items, I should probably write these down in the GitHub repo, right? That would make more sense. I need to rename this repo too. It's no longer the Bevy Game Jam repo. Should items be entities? We'll just leave that in there for the moment. What else? Grid support for inventory, display. When hitting I, the inventory should use a grid layout. Woodpecker fix potentially. When we do for dropping items, so we're going to have two things here. Drop item randomly. Drop item out of inventory menu. This is so that you can free up space. You need to. This also is going to require some kind of in-world item representation, which we don't currently have. What else was there? We have customers. Customer state. I guess let's make things small and actionable. So customers overfill the waiting area. Customers should probably form some kind of a line instead of squashing each other. I guess I can just take a screenshot of that, right? While it's sitting right there. One of the nice things about using GitHub for project management is it just sits right here next to the code. I can just dump in images, and in the future, when I make devlogs about this at some point, then I'll be able to just pull these images. Okay, so should items be entities? I didn't write anything in here. Items have attributes like name and ID and owner. Should they be full entities so they can be queried? I think the answer to this is yes. Support for dropping entities. Customers overfill the waiting area. Should items be entities? Grid display for inventory. What else did we figure out today? We have to replace the player at some point. But I think we know that. I think I'm not going to put any art stuff in yet. Yeah, I think that's it for today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I think I'm going to call it there. I will commit this code before I do. Git add source if anybody wants to look at the code that we did today. Rust toolchain as well. We're on nightly now. We are off for a week. I give the talk on Thursday. I'll be flying back on Saturday. So yeah. You suppose that would require a queue to deposit the item and then vacate the queue and wait somewhere else for the... Yeah, so that'll lead into like customer NPC state machines. So like if they have items that they need to drop off, then they'll kind of like try to wait in line. And if they don't have items, because they gave them away, they'll just like mill around and do something. if you have only taken like one of their items, maybe they get angry at you or something. I don't know. We'll find out. I think that'll fill into state machine, like goal oriented stuff and whatever. Because I don't know what they're gonna do while they're waiting. Maybe they juggle. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I will catch you in the next one. Later.